Hello, everybody. So, why Dark Souls 2 now? Why not more Hades 2? Um, I'm gonna be honest, I was trying to sleep earlier and I couldn't hear anything but Skeela's songs, and it's driving me fucking nuts. So, we're gonna do Dark Souls 2 as a bit of a vibe reset. Maybe I can. Oh, I need to go on offline mode. Remind me to do that. Yeah, we gotta get the.
Perhaps you've seen it.
You don't make your character first thing in Dark Souls 2. Instead, you get this.
Forgotten land.
Hello, Ava. Well, maybe this is a Halloween game after all. The dark and stormy night. Also, that guy just died.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind.
How did you know I was in need of 2 a.m. entertainment? Because I was in need of 2 a.m. entertainment. I needed something to do.
You will lose everything. Once branded. The symbol of the curse. An augur of darkness.
Augur? That's how you say it? I thought it was augur.
Your past, your future.
Apple.
Very light.
The faces turning into goop isn't just a stylistic thing in this game. The undead curse is reflected by memory loss.
By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow.
Old women.
Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drangleic.
Nope, these are wyverns, not dragons. It's important. It'll be on the test.
But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
What are we smiling about? I believe a lot of this was used in like the trailers for this game. I do like that boating scene, honestly, that's pretty good. Boating scene in this tree, pretty good desktop wallpaper fodder. I'm amazed these don't. It's not like they use actual gameplay in the trailer. That is true. I'm not certain what any of this means, because, like, you don't really go to any such place during your adventure. Nor does this ever. Like, I don't remember any like ghost attacks. What? No, there is a place where ghosts attack you.
To a flame. Your wings will burn in
My boat.
time after time.
Hand. Eyeball.
For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
Yeah, steps made out of entirely logic and reason going there. Guess this. I mean, I imagine this is how we get into things betwixt, but it's still really a weird. This is a whole process just to get to a place that kind of sucks. And now, actual gameplay. Gameplay is strategy. We're second. Yeah, things betwixt. All right, first thing I need to do is not want to be on online, just because I don't want to deal with getting invaded. It's cool and fun until it ruins progress. How do I run the game in offline? So I might need to turn this stuff up because it is a little low. Yeah, this should be plenty loud. Alright, first art style thing I'm gonna cover. In the previous games, undead kind of looked like beef jerky. Here we're proper like zombie looking. I'm gonna cover that up, it's shameful. Anyways, for that reason, we're gonna be wearing a helmet like 90% of the game. Interesting decision to make you play a tiny segment before you actually are set free. You can, if you so choose. Oh, where is it? I thought there's a path over here. There's like one enemy you can fight, and he'll beat you 6 ways to Sunday because you suck right now. We're not gonna do that. Is it 6 ways from Sunday? 6 ways to Sunday? I think it's from, actually. From Soft. Like the guys who made the game. Whoa. I'm not getting too much into like, actually, you know, this is gonna be a good chance to talk about it, actually, when they're done.
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead.
Wow.
An undead has come to play.
I have feelings.
They all end up here. All the ones like you. You spoke to that kind old dear, didn't you?
Oh, so there's unrelated old woman. Well, I guess a related old woman, but
Finished.
You're cooked.
Go hollow.
okay, this.
Yes,
Well, not this part.
one of them.
All this is fine.
Prey upon men.
There's just one part of this direction that I don't like.
This is the fate of the cursed.
Because all of it's very in-universe, you know, being an undead is a pretty damnable thing. Like, it sucks, but...
Is your name?
Oh, okay, never mind, they're not gonna say it yet. We'll get there. I'm just gonna put in the default. Hopefully I don't have a... Oh, the last character was Thwain. We could do Thwain again, because I might have another character saved that with my name, so... I gotta get the cursor out of here.
At least you know your own name. Here's your reward for sharing. It's a human effigy.
Uh-huh.
Take a closer look.
Who do you think it's supposed to be?
Think back, deep into your past. Yes, it's an effigy of you.
I see some artistic license was taken. Anyways, yeah, this is your excuse to making your character now. Kind of go over everything here, because last time I made a character, I just kind of blitzed through it. So I will talk about the choices that actually matter. So the classes, warrior, high strength, dexterity. Yep, you start with a solid strength and dexterity, but like nothing else. Your life's not particularly impressive, nor is your stamina or your equip load. Most importantly, bizarrely, you start with a broken sword, so your damage is actually quite garbo if you take the warrior early on, until you get like another weapon, which isn't hard to do, mind, but still. The knight, who has a lot of pink stats, but also curiously not that much endurance for actually like swinging his weapon or carrying a bunch of stuff. Tolerable stats. Swordsman, not covered here. He starts with 2 slightly upgraded weapons. And good dex. I think the least HP of any option. Yeah, so you start with the least health if you take Swordsman. But everything else is fine. Mental stats or whatever. Also, I need to point this out because it's bugging me. What does this look like to you? The intelligence stat. Does that look like anything to you? Because I had to be told what it was. And then once I saw it, I was like, oh, I kinda, I guess. I also mentioned this is the Souls game with, like, I think the most stats, because, yeah, health, endurance, vitality, attunement, faith, intelligence, adaptability, dexterity, and strength. Because I think most tend to have 8 stats, but this one has 9. Bandit, he's dumb as a brick. Also, oddly able to carry a lot of stuff despite having an equip load that looks like among the lightest. Starts with a bow, which, I mean, bows are pretty neat in this game, but I wouldn't want to, I don't think they're needed immediately. The cleric, notably, who doesn't have shoes. A decent faith. Not any endurance, wow. Can carry a lot of stuff, but no endurance. Sorcerer, you know, standard big brain man. Explorer, who's a weirdo with mostly balanced stats, but just a bunch of random items. Including having crossbow bolts, but no crossbow. And then the Deprived, who is he's kind of dual purposed. He's both a challenge run enabler and also if you want like a truly custom blend of stats that none of the other characters really like enable you to go for. He's here for you. Don't know which one I want to start as. I know what I want to do for the run largely for the build, but I'm not certain. Ooh. I don't know which one will enable me to get there smoothest. I actually do argue in general for the benefits of the Explorer because he spends a lot of his stat points in areas where you're probably going to want them anyways. But yeah, he has an increased vitality and health and adaptability, which are all kind of things that you might generically want. No, I think the cleric's a little inefficient for what I'm trying to do. I think we'll start Explorer. The Explorer also has the benefit of having a what is it? Having a hat that increases item discoverability. Now, as for the body, man, kind of thin. I don't know. Physique doesn't matter. And face. All right, I will be honest. The only thing we really care about here is that immaculate hair. Character customization is still not a strong suit in FromSoft games. We got a lot of colors, but there's something about how like cartoonish the eye color changes look. Like that iris texture, it sure is. Anyways, we're not gonna mess around with it too much because I don't think it matters all that much.
All people come.
Okay, here's the part of the conversation I kind of don't like.
Curse.
You're no different, I should think. Doesn't stand a chance.
Well, you never know.
Go through the door and trot along to the kingdom.
But remember, hold on to your souls.
Alright, this bit.
They're all that keep you from going hollow. Oh, I'll fool you no longer. You lose your souls. All of them.
Yeah, I really
And over.
I really don't like this bit because it's very, I don't know, like everything else is mostly in universe, but the you'll lose your souls over and over again really feels like they were leaning into like, buckle up pussy, it's Dark Souls baby, it's hard. And I can't help but feel like part of the marketing is why these games have the reputation they do, because I believe in my heart of hearts these games aren't actually that tough. Like, they're decently challenging, but nothing, like, exceptional. So what do you?
This is a limbo, a link between Drangleic and the outer world. Fair traveller, why else would you visit such a place? This lost, decayed kingdom.
Alright. Anyways, we can now go back out this way if we want. I was gonna say, and another thing that's kind of indicative of this shift in Dark Souls 2's tone is like the achievement you get for dying the first time in this game. You get like the Welcome to Dark Souls achievement, which I just feel like, again, it's really pushing this idea that these games are supposed to be just like misery simulators when they're not. Speaking of misery simulator, though, I am going to do something stupid and fight this ogre. The ogre, ouch, he's a test of patience. He's got fairly simple attacks and a fairly simple window to attack him in, but he's just kind of, you know, he's in the way. Ouch. Oh, we died. Yep. And our reward for dying, and this is another thing that's like a DS2-ism that I'm not a big fan of, is our max health goes down a little bit. And we can fix it later. Welcome to Dark Souls, thank you. I already got the achievement in ages past. But no, I'm gonna talk about this a bit, but in general, DS2... Oh, that's a kobold. Anyways, in general, DS2 kind of has a bit of a lighter touch to it than the first game. And it's a few things. One, this game was headed by a different director, which just means the vision was different. I don't blame every decision made on the director, though, because I don't know if you've, like, sat through the credits in a video game ever. They're pretty long. And it's not just one guy's name 100 times. And one guy can be very important, but he's not the end-all be-all. That being said, anytime there's something in this game that's kind of shite, people will thank the B team, and I will probably also be caught thanking the B team at some point. I also just use a life gem because I might as well. Increases my margin of error. But yeah, a lot of anyways, it's not like this game is devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. It's just that the first game was a much more miserable affair. And I think that this one, again, kind of leaned into the game thing. It's more of a dark fantasy than like an actual miserable setting. Additional reduction of enemy poise. I mean, I might as well equip it. I don't know if like how that actually works on enemies. Gold pine resin, that's tolerably useful. And it loops us back around here. So all we did that for was a cool ring and some resin, but more than we got otherwise. Other thing I mentioned, in this game, Estus Flask, the core healing item, it just actually takes a while before the Estus Flask becomes like a noteworthy part of your kit. It's all about life gems this time, which is an interesting design decision. It has its consequences as we go further on. Anyways, here's our actual tutorial section. And it kind of covers the basics of attacking. Now oops, I ran out of stamina. I'm someone who, I have my beef with Dark Souls 2. There's quite a few things it does that I do not like. However, it does do things that I do like. I feel like it's probably the most polarizing Souls game in terms of like that element. It has high highs, very low lows kind of thing. Like, if I get another weapon, good. I'll immediately highlight one of the best things this game did that no other game in the series has yet to do, and I would like it. Full left-handed movesets. No other game does that. If you want to be a lefty, you can in this game. And it's not that I think that that's like I feel like that really opens up a lot of potential when it comes to like weapon like let's say loadout possibility. I think that's really interesting because in every other Souls game, if you offhand a weapon, you get one move and then like a guard, and you never want to guard with a weapon. Like that's just like, that is one of the worst ideas ever, is using your weapon to block, because like the way the way the stats of that works are just ouch, and he tracked me real hard there. Man, the way the stats of that work is it's just real bad. So having full left-handed movesets is neat. This birds. So we started with the petrified lump because we want to gamble. You can get a lot of different things for different tiers of rock, have different rates. It's a gotcha system essentially. I'm making the bird shut up. I don't want to listen to him. Ow. I made a mistake. For some reason I thought hitting run on a ladder made you slide down it quickly, not do that. Let's see. We do run kind of goofily when we are dual wielding, but that's fine. Oh yeah, as far as like the actual muscle memory steering your imagine, probably. As far as like the mechanical purpose of dual wielding two of the same weapon, there's not really. I mean, I guess we could do that because attacks kind of have a natural, or maybe this one doesn't. I thought attack chains like ended at a point. Other thing I'll praise this game for, the jumping command makes so much more sense. Instead of hit the run button and then let go of it and then tap it to do a jump, now it is start running and then click the left stick. That nearly got me killed. I probably should have like looked before I did that. This is another thing. You'll see these guys around. You need a item to progress past them, which is consumable, by the way. You get one item per one of those guys out of the way. Also, there's like a ritual of everyone just coming to this first area and killing themselves to make this, like, intimidating. So I think that's kind of neat. Anyways, speaking of tone, shifts. Majula, I think, has a very different vibe than Firelink Shrine. Oh, yeah, there's the music. I was like, why isn't it starting yet? Now, the music is still somber, but I do think there's something more comfortable about this place, especially compared to Firelink. Most importantly, I mean, spoilers for, I guess, both games, but it's not that big of a deal. By the end of Dark Souls 1, Firelink is basically empty if you do everyone's quest. Like, if you do everyone's quests in Firelink, there will be no one left. It will be a completely, like, just a husk of a place people used to be. In this game, if you do everyone's quest, you actually populate Majula. And just very... So the tone of the hub area becoming more and more filled with life versus becoming devoid of any human comfort is immediately one of those, and one of the things that makes this game feel a little more hopeful. However, we don't have many people here right now, so we should meet the locals.
Are you the next monarch? Or merely a pawn of fate? Bearer of the curse, I will remain by your side till this frail hope shatters. Take this with you. May it ease your journey.
Something that was present in Demon Souls, but they skipped in the first game, is mysterious woman who helps us level up.
King Vendrick, bearer of the curse, for misery will lead you to greater, stronger soul. You will never meet the king with a soul so frail and pallid. Seek those whose names are unutterable, the four endowed with immense souls. Their souls will serve as beacons. Once you have found them, return here to me, so that hope will not fade away. Bearer of the... Seek souls, seek the king.
Alright. Good, now it's time to immediately go into a beam thing from here. So you're going to be returning to the Emerald Herald a lot over the course of the game. That's how it is. And one thing that you're gonna have to get used to, returning to the Emerald Herald as much as you are, is this interaction right here. Yeah, Bass Seat Less was a community meme for a while, just because you're going to be doing that a lot. Unlike the first game, you cannot level up at any bonfire. When you want to level up, you have to come back here. Which is inconvenient, I'll say. I believe this was used for online, like, updates or something, or, like, special events or whatever, so now it's long since dead. And we got Sadman. What does that smell like?
This is Majula. It is a kind of settlement. A place where life is almost normal. And in Drangleic, these days. There are very few places like that. I am Solden. And like you, I lost everything. And now I'm here. You probably heard that it was possible to break the curse. Well, that's not true at all. There's nothing here for you, me, or anybody. Do you know much about souls? Even I'm not certain, but I'm told that the soul is the essence of life itself. Anything living, sentient or no, supposedly has one. What we call the curse is traceable to the soul. Do you see what that means? To be alive, to walk this earth. That's the real curse, right there. We undead will never die. And that's quite a predicament, really. There are 4 beings and wherever you go from here, you'll sooner or later come up against them. Each has a powerful soul and a terrible curse, if that frightens you.
Like our little mug on our armor.
Like I have.
So anyways, this is the addition of the Crestfallen Warrior in this game. And also, he just has the exact same voice actor as the Crestfallen Warrior from the first game. Or at least I think he does. It might be Dark Souls 3 where that's the case. Our friendly, in air quotes, blacksmith.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Just help me open this door. I packed my tools in here, seeing it was vacant, and now somebody's gone and locked the door.
Yep, so we can't do anything with our smith until we open that up. Our life gem. Another Easter egg thing over yonder. So these pigs, they are the only enemy in this otherwise neutral zone. If you kill them, they just keep getting bigger. Right now, they have an odd amount of health and are kind of awkward to hit, but they don't hurt you that badly should they attack you. You can make that so much worse for yourself by continually killing them. I believe the... Oh wait, no, we got 2 more people, so...
Hello there. Welcome to my shop. I'm Morlin, and I sell armor. Oh, sorry, please do have a look at my
Ow.
place. I could really use the business. If you'd be so kind.
Yeah, he sells armor and shields. The pigs will not leave me alone. Fine, we gotta give that Estus shard flask back to the Emerald Herald. Anyways. She also upgrades her flask. In that way. I mean, there's 2 types of flask upgrades, but... Hello?
Is that a shard you found? Here, let me see it. So that I may help to see light, to see hope, however faint it might be.
That is the wrong thing. There we go. Can also equip this flask at some point. But yeah, this is our first sign on like how this is a bit different. In the first game, the flask defaulted to 5, but as soon as you got to Firelink and you rested at the kindled bonfire, it could be 10. We're at 2 now. I don't remember if there's any fancy items in Mullin's shop. I'm about to steal. Titanite shard. Yeah, so we got an armor salesman, we got a inactive weapon provider, and finally we have a cat.
Oh, undead, are we?
and one without much time remaining. Just about ready to fall apart, I'd say. Not exactly the time to be chatting with a cat. Well, suit yourself. Oh yes, you may call me Shalqua. Enchantée. So, what did you want anyway? Ooh, you smell wonderful.
Alright, so this cat, for some reason, is how you abandon any groups you join as far as like the PvP is concerned. Also has different hell items. Notably this really expensive silver cat ring, which could be useful. The Ring of the Evil Eye, which is kind of a generically useful one. And the Ring of Whispers, which is useful for one side quest, and otherwise just makes your gameplay experience marked by just groaning. I do think the Ring of Whispers is a missed opportunity given what it says it does, but...
No, I'm not serious. You do have a rather pleasant scent, the type I'm quite fond of.
Yeah, this cat knows a lot for some reason. Let's see, so step one, and I always screw this up because there's two paths here. It's kind of like demarked by this wall. I think that's the one we came from, and this is the one that we need to go down to progress to actually start adventure. There is an element of choice in this game. However, you are expected to go this way first because it's just the far easier of the two paths to travel. And there's more useful stuff to get to go to the other one, so I would recommend doing this. As far as like the exploration element of this game, the opening segment really just kind of works like a forked path that converges on the same point. Kind of like how kind of like how Telltale games work. Where there's like, oh yeah, you can deviate like from certain clear segments, but the ending is always going to be kind of largely the same. Honestly, if there was any issue with Telltale games, it was that there were so many of them that the formula kind of like wore out its welcome and its mystique pretty early on. People could recognize the patterns like way faster than maybe they would have if Telltale didn't just whore itself out to like every property under the sun. Also, I guess another thing to talk about with DS2, because that ogre reminded me, Dark Souls 2 is interesting in that it's had two major releases with like with decently substantial changes between the two of them. This is Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. Now, some people will swear up and down until they're blue in the face that Scholar of the First Sin ruined Dark Souls 2. And that all the problems people have with Dark Souls 2 are spawned from this release. And I'm gonna need to slap that with a big fat citation needed, because I know very few about what encounters changed in this game, in this release. The ogre reminded me because there's normally not an ogre there, but he, as you can see, he's very easily circumnavigated. We just walk not in the water and he won't bug us. But one of the things that's most infamous about Dark Souls 2 is that it has a tendency, more so than other games in the series, to like flood you with enemies. Like its way of achieving difficulty is just by putting a lot of guys all in one area. Oh no. Well, luckily he wound that swing up forever. And some people say, like, oh, the enemy spam is the Scholars of the First Sin thing. But I've yet to see anyone actually go through and talk about, like, all the encounters that are different and then prove to me that it's this game's fault and not just a DS2 thing. Other things I would like to talk about that are good for Dark Souls 2, though, the crit animations. Crit animations for the rest of the series kind of take on a very standardized form. I think it's pretty cool that in this game, they're very, very weapon dependent and are like way more involved. And there's also like a few different sets. Like we have this backstab one, and we'll do a backstab with just our hand. I hope it's substantially different. Okay, no, it's largely the same with the hand. Still did a lot of damage, surprisingly. If we had a shield that we could parry with, I could demonstrate it, but if you parry an enemy and crit them, you get a completely different, like, completely different vibe for a crit animation. Because when you parry an enemy in this game, they kind of stumble and fall on their rear. So naturally, like, the way that you would attack someone in that position is different than if they're just standing. In all other Souls games, if you parry somebody, it just kind of throws their weapon to the side and they're left wide open, and then you do just the backstab animation, but in the front. Not nearly as different. Other Scholar, the first Sin Edition change that I am very aware of. In the original... Give me a second. Yeah. In the original, this corpse was an enemy called a Haid Knight. And I'm gonna say it right this one time, because I'm never gonna say it right again, because I think Haid Knight sounds better. But yeah, there's a Haid Knight that sits against that tree, and he's guaranteed to drop his sword. And that sword is pretty alright for the early game. They removed it because, I don't know. If there's anything I have against Scholar, the first Sin, it's that a lot of the changes are like, feel like that. It's like, well, why'd they remove the Haid Knight sword? I don't know. I could come up with some arguments that maybe they thought that that sword was too good too early on to, sorry, maybe they thought that sword was too good too early on to be a guaranteed drop in like one of the paths. But like, if I was willing to undergo a little struggle and strife, I could just like go fight the Haid Knights, because we have access to Haid's Tower right now, like immediately as soon as you start the game, and I could maybe get one to drop his sword, like if I really wanted it. So I don't see too much how removing that sword drastically changed things. Other changes that are important to note. Entering fog gates no longer grants you full invincibility while you're doing the animation. If an enemy is there, they can hit you out of it. This does mean that you have to plan accordingly if you're going to clear a gate. There's a good learning moment with the next fog gate, I believe, where they deliberately put an enemy who is inactive until you start using the gate, and then he becomes active when you do use it, so he can backstab you. One of those classic Dark Souls little gotcha moments that... Oh. Let's see. The only thing I will say about the start in this is your stats start so low in like every class that you can't use like hardly any weapons. I mean, this one's probably the worst of it because it starts with like the base 6 and 6 in strength and dex. But the fact that like the very basic short sword is beyond us right now is kind of nuts. Oh, there's an archer over there. Other change that has probably already come up, but I just didn't mention it. Any attack that you do that empties out your stamina actually does less damage. I understand that there's probably a, like, I don't know if they were going for like a realism angle for that, because yeah, logically, if I didn't have like the full sauce to actually swing my weapon, it would hurt less hard. But the thing that it actually does, in terms of gameplay, is make you try, like, it makes you come frustratingly close to being able to take out an enemy in like one smooth chain of attacks, but then you just barely don't have enough to finish them off. I mean, there was an example, like, we wouldn't have finished him off if we had one more stab there, but it did do less damage on the last one we hit him with. Anyways, now we have access to two things. Old woman and a bonfire. Yeah, the merchant hag, she sells a sword we shouldn't use, a hand axe that's actually like the best weapon for a level 0 run, if I remember correctly. The Caestus, which is pretty good. I think we'll take a club though. She also sells the armor set we're wearing right now. So if you don't start as the merchant, oh, and she sells the blacksmith's key. And she sells a basic spell and miracle. We're gonna go find something that I find quite annoying up here. Well, first, this is a bizarre thing. You can't unlock this door, but you can beat it down. The other bizarre thing is the way they have changed Titanite lizards. They're so low to the ground. Oh, a free hand axe. Thank goodness we bought the club and not the hand axe then. The Titanite lizards are so hard to the ground. They're really, really hard to hit. And I, like, way harder than any other game, I think. It feels so janky trying to beat a Titanite lizard in this game. I mean, there are some weapons that just naturally swing downwards that are good for it, but we're not equipped with one yet, so that lizard's gonna have to wait to be killed. Because I'm not gonna, like, keep running back and resetting and trying to hit it with this shit. Oh yeah, jump attacks are still in the game. They're still not amazing. It's just kind of situational. Like, the jumping attacks were probably at their highest use case in the first game, but in this game where you move a lot smoother, it not as useful. Locking on still does impact your movement ability somewhat, but it's not nearly as notable as the first game, because again, the first game you lock on, suddenly you can only dodge in 4 directions, and I think move in 8, or it might just be even worse than that. Oh, here's the segment I'm talking about. Inactive enemy, fog gate. He's waiting to give you the old razzle dazzle if you try and walk through that gate without dealing with him. So handle it. The game did introduce, I don't know if it introduced, but the game does have very smooth cancels from light attacks into heavy attacks, but you can't go backwards. There's a notable delay if you try and do it that way versus like how smooth this is. I'm out of stamina. Anyways, this first area, I will say, generally pretty inoffensive. Alright, there's a lot of stuff to talk about when it comes to DS2. Trying to think. Overall, I think I do like revisiting this game more than the first game, but that comes down to, I think the first game has like some better put together stuff, but also is just worse when it comes to controls, and this game has more options for like builds and whatnot. Ouch. Okay, a knife is not really the optimal fighting tool for this guy, but I can't really break his guard. Alright, we got that whip and I forgot to look at it. That was a bit silly of me. What was I saying? Yeah, I do like going back to this game just because of, like, there's more options for the player. It controls a bit smoother. There's some janky, like, funny weapons and whatnot that are a bit more interesting than what the first game provides. Even though I think I have more respect for what the first game does. From a pure, like, just gameplay thing, I'm more into DS2. I'm most into DS3, but DS3 has problems, and we'll get in, like, it has its own problems. Honestly, each thing in the trilogy has its own unique ways of being kind of annoying. Not even kind of annoying, but just like, just little flaws that'll eat at you if you play them all long enough and compare them. I mean, the debate about which one's the best has raged on for some time. Honestly, in these days, it feels like whenever I go on the internet, DS3 is the one that's kind of on the chopping block. Because this game does weird things and it has its, like, its own direction, which means it's more soulful. You know, they don't make them like they used to, whereas DS3 is stinky and very iterative and self-referential. So that's not soulful, that's slop, or whatever. I mean, that's kind of where the debate between the games is at this point. Like, one is kind of the untouchable, like, sacred cow to a lot of people, but even, like, they will admit that it doesn't play the best. And in terms of, like, novel gameplay, I just tried to jump like it was DS1. After praising the way that you jump in this game for being better. Nice. Anyways, that's fine. It's not that hard to get back where we were. And our max HP dwindles yet a little more. There is an item that makes the cap on how low it can go far better, I guess. I don't know. Like, it makes the maximum amount of health you can lose from dying repeatedly lower. So it's more forgettable. The only problem is it's like you're basically gonna have that ring on all day. Also, there are a few times where if you walk ahead in this game specifically, just a lot of enemies will be aggroed onto you. Now let's not lose our souls like the old lady warned us. You don't want to do that. Ah, never mind. We're gonna do it because I thought the sword one was the one from over here, not that one. But oh well. Yeah. If anything, I will say that the lowering health when you die thing just feels needlessly punishing and kind of like it's a very stupid mechanic when you come down to it. Just, I think that, like the people who are going to die the most, early on are going to be new players. Do new players really need to have their maximum health penalized constantly? We also need to talk about that because it's reared its ugly head a few times. Keen-eyed viewers will note that I've been mid-dodge roll and I've been hit by a few attacks. That's probably, again, another thing that I think from this game that's very stupid and ill-explained. It's a mechanic that I think is garbage if you don't know about it, but once you do, you can compensate. Let's go to stats real fast. Okay. Adaptability. Raise various attributes to ensure one's survival, boosts agility, and various resistances. This does not tell you what this actually does. That's really super important to know, I think. Well, it boosts ease of evasion and other actions. That's what we're looking at. Agility is determined by your adaptability and your attunement. Far more your adaptability than your attunement. It's kind of an incident when it raises from attunement, whereas it's like the point for adaptability. Until your agility is at a certain level, well, actually, let's just go with this. Agility determines how many iframes your roll has. And in my opinion, that is really, really stupid. In the first game, and in future, the only thing that affects how much, like, iframes your roll has is your equip load. Like, if you're wearing heavy armor, hell, it might not even, like, affect your frames. It might just affect, like, how slow the animation is, so therefore the fewer frame, like, therefore the amount of frames doesn't cover as much as the animation. But yeah, your iframes are determined solely by agility in this, and there is no visual feedback to that. Raise this stat, and magically there's just more parts of this animation where you're immune. Now, realistically, a couple frames shouldn't make the difference all that often, but when it comes to, this is a game series that has been out for like that's been kicking around for like over a decade now. If rolls work one way in literally every game but this one, you can see how it's a little annoying. Honestly, for me, I don't hate adaptability because now I know how it works. I think that, like, I still think it's a dumb idea, but I think it's a very mitigatable thing. Like, I know how adaptability works. Therefore, I know that just kind of early on, I will be, like, hard leveling adaptability to get it to where I have the same amount of dodge roll iframes as every other game. And then I call it a day, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore. Then adaptability has no more hold over me. But if you don't know that, then the game can just feel worse, and then people who, you know, after the game feels worse for a while, and they go online and ask, why does my dodge roll suck? And then they find out, oh, it's because of adaptability. When the in-game tips, like the in-game resources, do not help you that much. Like, what is boost ease of evasion and other actions? That could mean so many things. Anyways, but yeah, that's the adaptability rant.
Just daydreaming, I think. My name is Kale. I'm a traveler like yourself. I'm navigating the continent to create a map. Why cartography, you ask? Well, that's a good question. When I first came into this forsaken land, it was... curse? Something about a curse? How embarrassing. I seem to have lost my focus, but I do know one thing for certain. I have always been very fond of maps. I came to this Drangleic, the Lost Kingdom. It sounded so romantic. Have you seen Majula? Oh, there's a rather spacious mansion there. I made it my temporary home. Well, as something of a squatter, I'm afraid. Inside the mansion, I found a strange map. I believe that it's a map of Drangleic. Now I'm traveling the land to prove it. Yes. Yes, that's it. That's why I came to the kingdom. Wait. No. That wasn't it. Then what? Were you looking wonderful? Shame on you. You should have...
This conversation goes several segments before he just gives you the key. There we go. The only thing important that that guy establishes again, like I mentioned, the undead curse is linked to memory loss in this game. And as you can see, he's forgotten that the whole reason he came to Drangleic in the first place was that he was trying to look into the curse. Instead thinking it's related with the map. But hey, whatever. Yeah, again, just another like tonal thing. Here the undead curse seems to affect you just kind of regardless of your outlook. Just eventually you will start losing your mind. And in the first game it was more tied to if you give in to despair you hollow, otherwise you can just kind of keep trucking as an undead. One of the many things I will say this for, but I do think I prefer it in the first game, but it's not by like some huge wide margin. Both are decent enough and come with some tragedy baked in. Honestly, like the I guess the real world applicability of memory loss and how it relates to a lot of like common fears when it comes to aging can make the undead Alzheimer's hit a little more real for people. Also, the daggers are fine, but I am quite eager to replace them with another weapon after we get enough souls to justify going back and leveling up, because... Oh shit. That was awful. I do need to remember to lock on a bit more in this game because it is more useful than it was in past. But then things like that wouldn't happen to me. I would have actually hit him. Yeah, I think if there's anything that's whack with this start, it's just, yeah, you don't have many weapons you can actually mess with early. Other Dark Souls 2 thing. If you kill enemies enough, they just don't respawn. Certain enemies. There are certain enemies that will never despawn in this way. But for whatever reason, you can you can permanently disable the respawning of certain enemies, which is interesting. I'm not certain how much I like that. Hypothetically, it means that if you're running into a tough enough area, eventually the area will become easier to traverse. In fact, the first time I played through the game, there is an area where you get flooded with so many enemies that I kept dying, and then inevitably, ouch, had to, like, inevitably the only way that I got through it was, after things stopped respawning. Also, for some reason, the strikes from this guy are enough to ignite the gunpowder in those barrels, even though normally it requires damage with a fire. It requires fire damage to do that. So I don't know what's special about them. Alright. There's a shortcut here if we are able to tease Mr. Firebomb into actually throwing into the wall. And we broke him. Great. Well, that's fine. I think we can proceed ahead a bit more just on the hunt for souls. Now the firebomb guy wants to hit us with laser accuracy. Oh, that attack was so slow. Enemies track a bit better in this game too. I think also to reflect the increased movement of the player, but it is a little silly with that halberd guy when I dodge rolled to the side as he raised his weapon up and then he just kind of slid, like he rotated his whole body to face me.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times.
I like this guy's voice.
Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the lid for himself, but it trapped him inside. I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed. I'll leave this one.
Yeah, so this game also breaks series convention in that there is no trusty patches. Ouch. There's a lot of enemies in there. I think we really need to get on away from the dagger. But yeah, there's no trusty patches. It's one of the only games where that's not the case. Instead, we get two guys who kind of together form one whole patches. And that's one of them. Pate there. Mild-mannered Pate. I think he's the more patch-esque of the duo. Because he's just a guy who goes, oh, there's treasure about, and then it's always dangerous when you do it. I think the main difference is that he's almost like especially there, he was very forthwith. He's like, there's treasure up there, I'm sure, but also there is definitely a trap, and here's how the trap works. Like, the door's gonna close behind you. Which is a level of transparency I wouldn't expect from a guy trying to swindle me, but maybe he just knows that treasure will lead to somebody being stupid. Just want to check something here. Yeah. Alright, that's good to confirm. Alright. Next DS2 thing. Damage types have mattered in the series prior. However, this game infamously has a weird thing where strike damage is just leagues and away better than the other damage types. I mean, to the point where hitting that guy with our bare hands was better than trying to hit him with the knife. Man, there's always been like a there's always been a mild hierarchy of damage types in these games. Where slash is generally the worst in most scenarios, and then pierce is typically pretty fine. And then strike normally sits at the top. And the reason that is because strike damage is good against armor. Most enemies you fight in this medieval fantasy setting are wearing armor. And there's things like enemies made out of, like, rocks and such. There's a lot of reasons why strike is effective. Other controversial thing is that when you heal, you don't heal up all of the use automatically. You heal rather, like, incrementally, especially with the Estus. Well, especially noticeable with the Estus. Like, when a life gem heals you slowly, no one really bats an eye because it's a new thing. It's its own item. But an Estus healing you slowly, the people riot. I will lose my life at some point during this game because I heal thinking that knowing that I have enough time to, like, actually drink the Estus, but then I will not have enough time for the actual health to accumulate before the boot drops and I get hit really hard. Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but it will probably happen at some point. Other thing, it was an upgrade in the first game, but in this game, you can just warp around. Which is important, because we need to level up our garbage stats. We're so close to getting 10 dex and the ability to use a short sword. I'm sure 3 will be enough. Yes. Not an amazing weapon by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a start. Alright, let's see. Old Whip, which we didn't look at. Boost attack against hollows. Leather whip is the same plenty of use. It appears no different than ordinary whip, but is charmed by an ancient blessing that boosts damage inflicted on hollows. Blessing is likely the work of a cleric, but whether the spell is good or evil is unclear. Also, I can two-hand the club. And we can one-hand a short sword, so now we have, like, an actual sword. These swings kind of cut silly angles, but whatever.
I'm a blacksmith. Bring me a key.
There we go, unlocked his way in. So now we have access to the smith. And a short bow. If such a thing appealed to us. Other odd DS2 things. In the other games, PvP, like, ranges are determined by your level. Like, your actual level. DS2 introduced a weird system called soul memory, where your PvP ranges are instead determined by the amount of souls that you've gotten over the course of your playthrough. Even if you died and didn't use a drop of them and lost all of them, doesn't matter. As far as the game is concerned, you're in the million souls range, even if you're a level 1 guy. It's an odd system.
Stand back. The name's Lenigrast. Just a simple blacksmith. And you are? Another useless traveler. A man ought to labor with his feet planted firmly in the earth. Not roam around like you flirtatious vagabonds. Oh, what does it matter? Go on, show me what you've got. Your equipment. Let me have a look.
Yeah, we can now upgrade stuff. Not too certain if anything is worth upgrading right now, but we can do it. Oh, yeah, I will praise the game for one thing, come to think of it. This game's a bit more open and clear with the way scalings work, and I think that's nice. Because it has different stats for different things. Attack power, strength, improve, like, yeah. Like, there are just solid numbers that you can connect to each of your stats. And I think that's pretty cool. Also go and explain a, one neat thing about the game, and that is fire and dark damage. Fire damage is determined by taking your int and faith together and just kind of, you know, again, just puts them together, and then that's what your fire damage is. Dark looks at your int and faith and scales off of whichever one is the lowest. I think this is interesting from a lore thing, because this game tries to tie fire and darkness into being a cycle, you know, two sides of the same coin type situation. And I think that that's kind of neat that that's reflected in gameplay, because if you have the stats to be a pyromancer, you're naturally building to be a hexer, and if you have the stats to be a hexer, you're naturally going to be adept at pyromancy. Like, you can't divorce the two. I also like it just for a gameplay, like, niche thing. If you're improving just your intelligence, yes, you're going to be really good at sorceries, but you will also increase your fire damage by a bit, which means, hey, you have that to look forward to. Like, you have a fallback damage type if magic isn't working out for you. Same thing with lightning. It's like, if you're playing a faith character, your pyromancy will happen to go up because it scales less, but it still scales with the stat that you've been raising. Think it's neat. I haven't mentioned it, but this is going to be a faith run, because as I go through my first playthroughs of the mainline Souls games, I wanted to do something a bit different with each one, and I landed on Faith for DS2 because it was really coming down to Faith is only really good in Elden Ring and DS2, and Elden Ring, I want to do something else far more. Time to use... Okay, we're still rolling quickly. Time to use my big brain. Yeah, club damage, pretty nice. Even though we're not investing into strength at all, really. Other Dark Souls complaint. Some people really like the... Thanks. Some people really like a lot of the fluid attack animations in this game, and I am mixed. I'm a bit of a centrist on this issue. So here are my thoughts. On one hand, I do think this looks kind of neat. However, I think this looks neat when you do it with a sword, not with a fucking club. Like this, I just call it like the wheeling moveset, because there's quite a few weapons that adopt it when you two-hand them. It's like, on one hand, I like it. On the other hand, I have, like, it's not centered. Because of the way your arms swing, it's naturally, like, hitting to the left of you, which is kind of annoying with certain builds and certain enemies. And two, again, it's just, it looks silly on a club. Fundamentally, my biggest issue with a lot of the movesets in this game is that, like, I don't care that it's stupid to smash your greatsword into the floor. One, it does, like, greater sell the idea that you're just swinging it with your entire, like, being. So while not proper sword technique, it is actually, like, it communicates to the user that this is a really strong attack. But two, if I smash my greatsword in the floor, if there's something on the ground, if there's an enemy who's short, that attack will actually hit them, unlike this stupid wheel, which, like, again, completely misses the right side of my body. Is the thing, if you have a moveset that just flails the fuck about, as per the way the game works, it doesn't matter if that attack would have less power or less control or knock you off balance. I just need my hitbox to connect with the enemy. Not my hitbox. Wait, no, it is hitbox. I just need the hitbox of my weapon to connect with the enemy. I do not care how it does it. Any part of it that touches is a win for me. It's one of those things where, I see this a lot when it comes to Souls in particular, or just, like, in general. If you watch any of, like, anyone who's really into, like, HEMA or whatever, like, whatever sword play thing that they do and study, like, the traditional martial arts of hitting each other with metal sticks, like, all that stuff. They can be very annoying about the way those things are portrayed in games and movies. And again, you know, I have my limits too with how silly a fight can look before I'm just like, all right, we're taking the piss. You know, like, no one would ever do this, etc., etc. But I also believe firmly in the good enough. A lot of real fights don't have that much spectacle to them, I would say. You know, fighting in real life is often a very sloppy thing. So I'm okay when a fictive thing, like, spruces it up a little bit. For the same reason when I, like, watch a sword fight in a movie, I don't want to just watch, like, several seconds of dudes jockeying for position until they can make, like, the one cut that will completely end the other guy's career. I just think that certain things, for the sake of the visual storytelling medium, or in this case, the interactive storytelling medium, we can take some acceptable breaks from reality to make things suck less. You got arrows on you? Oh shit. But yeah, that's another rant that I wanted to cover, because a thing that a lot of people who really like Souls 2 like tend to go on about is but the weapon animations. It's like, yeah, they make my attacks miss though. Like, say what you will about the very simple left to right sword swipes of the first game. At least I knew where those attacks were going to hit every time. Left and right. In a very nice horizontal arc. A very predictable horizontal arc. No guesswork. Again, but here I don't like compensating for the fact that, like, again, the weird wheeling moveset having a notable blind spot on it. Again, it's not like every moveset is bad in this game. For the record, I want to make that clear. PC? Yes. Am I asking? I was wondering because I'm on PS. That's fair. Yeah. I was gonna say, oh yeah, for like actual bad movesets, things like the second heavy attack on the Ultra Great Sword, the Death Tower number is, and if it's the same. I could check real fast because I probably have to go back and level up anyways. I would say I'd do it after I get the Fire Longsword, but I would definitely forget. Let's go find out. Oh, and I also need to check what Leningrad sells right now, because I forget. I mean, I had to go to Majula anyways. Alright, it's looking... I'm really bad at saying numbers out loud, hang on. 693,822,133. Also, man, it's... Well, I guess nearly... I was like 520 million. Dang. I would say it's nearly at 1 billion, but like 200 million is still a whiles to go yet. All right. Do I want any of these? Not overly. I think. Yeah, one, we can't use most of it. Soon. I think I guess we have to 1 billion eventually. Yeah, eventually. I mean, I am surprised that this game is as active as it is sometimes. And because it is, like, competing with all the others. Kind of hoping we were combined. Oh yeah, that would be nice. I was thinking 2 points in strength because we're too low. Ouch. That also means that there's a... I wonder if Scholar of the First Sin and the original are combined. Because then that's yet another layer. Have you played all the Souls games? All of them but Demon Souls, which I just kind of know of. I mean to get to it at some point, but I would either, it's like I probably play it on stream, but I would need to either I don't know if it's backwards compatible on the PS4 because that's the only PlayStation system I own. And I don't want to buy a PS5 just for Demon Souls. So I'd either end up emulating it or trying to get it to work on like the old version. Bink. I made a horrible mistake. Yeah, I intend to stream all of them, but I am like trying to take some breaks to play other games between them, so it's not just always Souls. But what was it? I was kind of getting the urge to do 2 after playing 1. So I only took a break of like 2 games before going back to Dark Souls. But like it's Souls likes are my favorite. Yeah, honestly I should try and find like more Souls likes that I enjoy. Because I liked Lies of P well enough, but then I was just like I liked Lies of P, I didn't like Mortal Shell, and then I was like, I just never tried another one. Lies of P is actually my favorite. It is really good. Do you remember the name of the one that's like the technology-based one where you're fighting robots? Like, I cannot remember what that Souls like. I saw one of my friends played it. Mortal Shell isn't that good? Yeah, I fell out of Mortal Shell super early. Surge? Yeah, that might have been it. Yeah, I watched a friend play it and I was like, oh, this looks kind of good. I'll get to it at some point, and then I never did. Stellar Blade? Nah, it wasn't that. I think it was the Surge or Surge. I'm gonna Google it because it's gonna bug me otherwise. Souls like where you fight robots. It had a sequel too. Yeah, the Surge. The Surge and the Surge 2, that's the one. Let's just run past this situation. Can't believe this was for aromatic ooze. I always forget what the actual reward for going through here is, and now I'm disappointed. Didn't push myself to finish them, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how I felt about I feel that way about a lot of games. When I was playing, because I'm a big like Paper Mario fan too, and everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Bug Fables, it's like a really good spiritual successor." And I started it, and I'm like, "This is a pretty good game." But if I'm playing a game that just reminds me of another game that I like more, I'm like, "But I kind of just want to be playing that one." Aria, the last song. Let me put that on the list somewhere. Hang on. Let me get a note. Alright, I will remember Entoria as a look at that one. Ignore the ratings. That's fair. I can I'm willing to do that. And I will try most anything once. That was it. Honestly, there's a few games that I need to go back and finish in my personal time, but like, releasing the gameplay's way better. It's actually really good. That's fair. That also happens. I know, like, Borderlands 4 is getting a lot of bad ratings right now, but from what I've heard, it's like that's mostly tech issues. Like, a lot of people are saying it's like, no, it's actually, like, gameplay-wise one of the best in the series. It's just that people are getting, like, people are having issues running it for X, Y, and Z reason. I do dislike a lot of the reviews on games where it's like just a tech issue is the problem. Granted, like there's some, I have mixed feelings because like recently I played Prototype, and the Steam port of Prototype will not play on certain hardware, so you have to like go out of your way to get mod support for it. And it wasn't that hard of a process, but it is like, okay. I was like, why is this game on Steam if like modern systems are going to have issues with it? Like, it's a little annoying. I mean, specifically the issue is that oh, is it? I mean, it's like dual core processors just don't function with it. I can't remember the technical reason as to why, because I am not the most tech savvy, but the main thing is a game don't do good if you're running a PC made to play modern games. So like a lot of the reviews are flooded with people having that issue, and it's like, again, yeah, that's kind of a Steam issue. It's something that a consumer should know before they buy. It's like, hey, you're gonna have to go to Nexus Mods. Paying me to get PC, but I've been on PS. If I got PC, I honestly just want to play the old nostalgic games. That's 100% fair. And honestly, that's probably my biggest sell for anyone for a PC, is just like, because upgrading for like more modern titles can be kind of a hassle. But the fact that like it's much easier for me to emulate just like any random old game that I want is more the useful thing. Because like in my living room, I have all my like actual consoles. And you know, if I want to like really go back in time, I can sit down in front of the TV on like the GameCube or whatever and play Kirby Air Ride. But I could also just quickly and easily download Kirby Air Ride for Dolphin and I just play it in here. And then I can do like dumbass mods for it or whatever. Or like retro achievements, because retro achievements are kind of taken off right now. Collecting more recently, sadly I don't have everything I had actually throughout the years anymore. Yeah, oh no, sometimes I kick myself for the games that I've lost over time. What was it? There was a point when I was in like 4th grade or whatever, where we were having a garage sale and I didn't know that my mom like put up all but 2 of my N64 games, and I found out later after they were sold. I was like, I'll fucking lose it. I have mostly restocked my N64 collection though, fortunately. Yeah, N64 is my oldest console that I have sitting around. I don't think it's my favorite of all time still, but I am quite partial to the thing and its weirdo remote. I don't have souls. I don't even know why I'm pissing around here. I can't buy anything. So many games just buy Mario Kart 64. Fair enough, that's a solid one. That's actually one that I used to have that I need to go wrangle a copy down. Sorry, I'm just no, it's fine. It's probably more interesting than me but again, it depends. It's nice to have a lively chat, but I should also make progress in case anyone watches the VOD later and is like, oh good, he's walking in circles. So I'll try and find the healthy medium. That's just something I need to get better at personally as I continue doing this, though. Oh no. Oh, I can circle so much GF talks to me. That's fair. I think that's a good time to be locked in, paying attention. Oh, someone left their summoning sign. I don't intend to mess around with the co-op too much, but I will look at people. Oh, I need to see Poob now. Oh wait, hang on. What happened there? Here's how that one counted as being blocked. Surprised that his guard hasn't broken from getting hit by a glove. Around here and there because I don't see him often. That's fair. I'm really struggling with this guy. I need to just walk around him in a circle until I can actually hit past his stupid shield. Oh good. Wrong. Alright. Poob is using a really big axe. I think that's the... I can't remember what they're called. The dwarves. Ymir? Gear? Whatever. They're... Ouch. Oh. Oh. Oh, you know what, I realize if I'm having difficulties with shield, I should use the stupid light attack thing that is expressly for the purpose. Have you played Lightspeed though? Couldn't get my buddies into it. Yeah, I'll tell my Liza P trauma story, because like I was enjoying it. Like I think the gameplay is fun. There were some things I wasn't in love with, and it didn't help that I didn't find like a lot of helpful weapons. So I was just kind of like a lot of the elemental weapons I just never encountered. Like the innately elemental ones. But my tale of woe is that the first day I played it, I was just kind of marathoning it because I was between jobs at that point. So I was like, alright, I'm just gonna play this all day. And I did. And then I got to, like after several hours, I got to the Black Rabbit, wait, it was Black Rabbit Brotherhood? Black Mask Brotherhood? I think it was Rabbit. Anyways, I got to the rabbits. And I was fighting them for ages, and I was like, you know what, I'm too tired, I've been at it too long, I'm gonna put this down. And then after I spent, like, so I went to bed after getting my ass beaten by the rabbits. Then I wake up, I deal with them eventually, and then I keep playing for the rest of the day. And then I get to the refight with them, and they're beating my ass again, and then I go, alright, I'm too tired for this. I need to go to bed. So I bookmarked 2 days by getting fucking whooped by the rabbits. Go to bed after getting my ass beat by the rabbits. Yeah. No, they're rough. I think they suck. I'm like Like, I understand in the first fight, it's like, well, yeah, but the little ones can't do any damage to you. Yeah, but all it takes is them stunning me one time. And then the big guy, like, cleaves my head in two. Because Mr. P does not have that much health. There, I'll feel sad all day on them. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what my least favorite boss fight in that game was. The, oh, I can't remember what it was called. The one that was actually going to, like, make me lose my mind was the refight against the, like, the Enforcer robot when he's in the junkyard and he's covered in the goo. Like, that fight was making me lose it. I was not having a good time. I think that was the Baron Swamp Monster. There you go. Yeah, every time I've, like... That game made me feel like eating spicy food. Because I was like, I hate this. This sucks. I want to keep doing it. I have no life when it comes to lies. Ah, that's fine. We all have, like... I feel like everyone who's been an impassioned gamer for a while has, like, their one game where they just know, like, next to everything about. We've got no hollow infantry axes, but we've got, like, the whole fit at this point. Right now, I'm just kind of over-preparing for the Pursuer fight, so maybe I can beat it the first try, and then, like, get my kudos. Ow. I should have just committed to swinging. It would have been better than, like, awkwardly backing it out. To a no-hit every boss. Oh, right, there were DLC. Oh, I never went back to do the DLC. I forgot all about that. DLC is nice. I'll need to do that at some point then, because yeah, I totally forgot that was going to receive DLC support. Have we heard anything about the next game that they teased at the end? Whatever it's gonna be called. Actually, yeah, that's the thing I'd settle for if they've given it a name. Sequel's rumored for next year? Okay. That'd be neat, because I'm looking forward to it. I think a lot of people were, pretty skeptical, I guess, of the theming of Lies of P, but, like, what the files say. Alright. I'm personally, like, what was it? I'm a guy that, like, no matter how serious an idea is, like, no matter, like, how silly an idea is, it's like, it could if there's enough people behind it, it can work. And yeah, the dark fantasy Pinocchio Souls-like was actually good, so I feel vindicated. It's magical. Yeah. It's I think, like, probably the easiest example that's, like, very popular is, like, just point at, like, Kingdom Hearts. So Kingdom Hearts is an objectively silly concept, but the games have worked thus far. Clearly people like them. You just kind of have to, like, accept the initial idea and then just, like, move on from there. It's like, yes, Donald Duck is here. Get over it. Ouch. Now, it kind of comes down to... It kind of comes down to... I think a lot of people are more actual story lies based off is Carlo, original Pinocchio story, like What, darker than Disney? Oh yeah, I watched, ooh, there was some lady, you know, I'm gonna shout her out actually. She did a really good video about, like, a story analysis of Lies of P that I quite liked. Let me see. I'm gonna find her via her other thing where she called Fire Emblem Engage ass cheeks. Camelin. Camelin's the Humanity of Communication video where she talked about Lies of P was very good. And again, talked about the original story a lot during it. Shout out to that lady. I think Miss Chalice also did a Lies of P video, but I was going to be like, I don't know, I already heard one person spit the lore about this, and I was sold already. Alright, let's see. I think at this point, just kind of get some of our other numbers up. Okay, replace the... Yeah, we can use this sword. This is supposed to be a Dex Faith run, but it's not going to be, Faith until we actually gain the ability to throw lightning bolts, which will be a while. So for now, we're kind of a godless heathen. I just increase the dex more so I can eventually get a falchion. Guy at the end of Lies on the Transparcellus, which is known as Button Bright on a non-canon Wizard of Osborg. He's married to Glinda the Good Witch. I think there's going... Okay, so there's gonna be, like, some alternate, like, stories that they're pulling inspiration from. But that's cool. Like, that's exciting, because it's my own research I did. Non-canon Dorothy actually dies. It's just called Wizard of Oz Dorothy dies. Nice. No, they can do a lot with it. I am really interested to see what kind of things we get. I also wonder if, like, the, you know, like the Tin Man and Scarecrow, if they're gonna be, like, just guys that hang out in the lobby and are gonna be helpful, or if we're gonna get bosses based off them. A lot of different things to consider with it. Yeah, I thought, oh, Tin Man being the blacksmith makes a lot of sense. Also, I have no idea why I hit that with the fire sword. I probably should have remembered that I'm using a fire sword. I don't know if I can hit him from down here. I can. It just doesn't do that much damage. Why do firebombs suck? Lion would be an awesome Souls-like boss. I think it would definitely depend. I think he could be. I'm just remembering the lion, well, I guess it's a tiger in this game, but the big tiger fight in this game, which I hate. Alright. See if I can do the Pursuer the first time and not screw it up. Honestly, I don't think the Pursuer is that bad. If you just, like, fight him very patiently. I'm gonna see if my... Oh, I don't have the club equipped. Hang on, well, this is gonna be a struggle. Okay, I think baiting this dash attack and then hitting him is probably the superior way to deal with the Pursuer. He's kind of a, I think he's scarier than... I think people think he's scarier than he actually is. And when I first played the game, I thought the Pursuer was like this absolutely unstoppable beast unit who's just gonna kill me every time. Honestly, I'm most scared of the grab because I know that the hitbox on it can be kind of weird looking. last run through the game, I found out that you can aggro, like you can get it to where the guys who like ambush you up here later can spawn in while you're fighting the pursuer. And that's a completely different beast. I'm not trying to fight the pursuer and his merry band of men. To go to the right the whole time and beat him, it never works now. I know that really works on the Dragon Slayer armor. Probably the simplest boss maybe in the series. That's not fair. I'll say it's kind of, I talked about it when I played DS1. It is weird going like back to it and thinking it's like there are only 24 bosses in the first game and the third game. There are 48 in this one. Hey, and that ring of blades is never coming off. Oh, okay, we're just starting immediately. Guys, come on. Yeah, nailed it. I get my kudos. I beat the pursuer. Yay, yeehaw. What does he say? It is wild to me that, yeah, there are double the amount of bosses in this game. I can't find myself to complete DS1. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people have said this, and I'll say it too. DS1 has a really good first half, and then it falls off a cliff. Like, it's just, there are so many things in the later half that are just bad that I don't blame anyone for not wanting to get through it, because it's like, what was it? I can't remember, Lost Izalith. It's funny I said that because I played a good amount. Yeah, I mean, infamously the game had like ran into issues with like development time. So like the first half, up until you get the bit where it's like, all right, go get the Lord Souls. Like up until that point, it's pretty cash. And then it's like, okay, now you got to go through the catacombs, which sucks. You have to go through Lost Izalith, which just blatantly isn't done. Love 2 and 3 though. Yeah. I think 3 is definitely my favorite. It comes down to a few things. Again, another thing I said about before with 2, it's like 2 does some of the coolest things, and it also has some of the most annoying areas to go through in the whole series that just make me mad, and I don't want to ever do them. And just like some of the most raised price Ash Lake on first because I thought it was cool looking. Like, you poor thing, because there's nothing in Ash Lake. There's not even a boss fight. It's completely optional. I think the only reason you have to go to Ash Lake, if like well, I guess you can get the Dragon Covenant there, and you can if you're doing the bad end to Sigurd's quest. I never made it there. Yeah, a lot of people recommend getting the, like, if you're gonna go to Ash Lake, get the Lord's Vessel, because getting there is a pain, and if you want to leave, you're gonna want to just be able to teleport out, because otherwise it sucks. Where's the, I forgot where the key to that is. Oh, oops. Well, let's see, what was it? One just controls very stiff. Did you kill the giant already? I have not. That would make sense. And I also unlocked the shortcut to him, so I can just, like, go heal. Speaking of the giant, you know, like, I called the Dragon Slayer one of the simplest bosses, but man, that poor giant. Can't remember what he's weak to. Doesn't matter, I'm just gonna use the fire sword because it's just notably strong early on. Dragon Slayer simple, man. Right through there. Guys in that area are terrible. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Ancient Knights. I forget what their Ancient Tower Knight, maybe. I know the Hade Knights / Hyde Knights, depending on if you want to be correct or if you want it to sound better. And we can summon, like, is this the shield one? Yes. The shield goober. Alright, big man. Getting our thematic battle against a really sad old guy out of the way early on. Alright. If I'm just gonna use the light attack move. Ow. Oh dang, that was actually a kind of wacky little AoE. That's fine. Well, the king fight, try to find him 20 times, realize you gotta free the giants. Yeah. Otherwise, you can kill him with bleed. Ouch. You can kill the king with bleed, but even that takes like forever. I mean, because bleed is really bad in this game for PvE. Yep. It's rough to be the giant. Honestly, going back to like some lore in DS3, like when you gain King Vendrick's stuff in that game, and it mentions like, oh yeah, he went down in history as just like a power mad bastard who invaded other lands for like no reason. Like, wow, well, that's rough. Alright, now we can go that one way to the jail, or we can... Holding a DS2 is actually amazing. My only complaint is I wish I liked the Throne Watcher and Throne Defender fight. Right, bug. I thought you had to spend 10,000 souls to get the ring from her, but it might be more. Leaving Dragon Area. Dragon Area is alright. Let's see. Dragon Area is really pretty and like aesthetically cool. I do just kind of like sprint through it most of the time, though. Let's see. Goodbye a spear. Oh, and the S-Stock's here? S-Stock's kind of massive. I'm gonna grab the S-Stock and the falchion. Don't know if I'm gonna use any particular thing, though. I like the stairs where the dragons. Oh yeah, that bit. To this day, I haven't beaten that dragon just because I think that fight is like too dull to be worth it. It's like, I think the ancient dragon is neat, but it's like, oh, this takes forever, and he one-shots me with the fire, like, no matter what I do, so... Just gonna not do that. Alright, let's see. Give me... more dex. 15 dex should be able to handle a lot of things for now. Also going to need to level my attunement up, because... I can't equip a single spell yet. There's 2 summons there. Getting up to the door is the hardest part. That's fair. I believe it. Okay, I think we can use the buckler now too. That might be useful. What is that shield? Kind of another small shield. Good. I don't remember if the buckler has its own, like, uniquely good parry, or if it's just all small shields have the good parries. The slowest boss entry and enemies keep jabbing you in the back. Yeah. Yeah, the not having, like, any iframes on the fog wall thing. It makes a Broken Thief Sword. I believe Broken Thief Sword's a shitty knife. It is a shitty knife that scales exclusively with strength. Good. Alright. I do want to try and, like, wall up a Haid Knight in hopes that they will eventually give me their, I did the parry wrong. It's going bad. I want to get one of their swords though, because that would be nice for the Faith run. You still chasing me, or did you give up? I think he gave up. Okay, well, our heavy attack does not make him flinch. There we go. That did not do as much as I thought it would. Sword? No. I'll heal up for this guy. Oh. Alright. There you go. This will probably be the only enemies I will actually commit to the bit of trying to parry. I'm not super familiar with doing it in DS2. It's easy as fuck in DS1. Ow. Dang it. I thought I'd... Oh well. Be fine. I mean, honestly, I'd probably... what was it? Trying to think what my solution... Actually, I need to buy arrows. Need to remember to buy arrow. I will... Don't think... Actually, really doubt we're gonna have enough, but maybe... Also, I didn't rest at the bonfire, because I was gonna try and respawn the Haid Knights after I killed that guy, but... I forgot. That's gonna take slightly longer. to get back there. Main thing is, like, because killing the Dragon Slayer makes all the Hyde Knights / Hade Knights. Again, I'm just gonna keep switching. Again, internet tells me Hade is correct. My soul tells me Hyde sounds better. The Knights, anyways. Once they become aggro and start walking around, it makes getting to that one dragon and dealing with him just marginally more annoying, so I'm gonna skip that part. The club, let me... No, I should try the club for something, but... Don't know if the big knights are gonna take more from the club or the fire sword. They take a lot from the club. I feel like all the dragons are rough. They're annoying for sure. Honestly, like, as cool as dragons are in fiction, I never want to fight them just because I don't like... I feel like every time a dragon fight is on the menu for Souls, there's a lot of, like, standing between their legs and missing every swing. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. Also, I could have got another Estus Flash shard from the manor. Or a bone shard, I forget what it is. Like, I really like the Sin fight in this game from the Sunken City, but like, even the best dragon fight is still just like, yeah. Alright. Hammer him. Yay. I like flipping this one switch. Spamming fire in a ridiculously huge area. You know, that the fire hitbox is weird. Also, this room's probably the worst room in this whole little segment. All right. We made it. Oh no. Maybe I can get them to fall through a gap. That's my plan, I'm sticking to it. It's not gonna work. I tried. Okay. Once. Okay, good. Oh. Oh. Fall back, regroup, use gem. Alright, there we go. Now I just gotta do the dragon with nothing. Oh, I also got another one. Alright. I believe Targray over there can sell us a Oh no, that High Knight knows how to walk. Please leave me alone. Right, but it takes a long time and the guy's catching up. If they're separating, life's easier. There you go. Life gem just in case. I feel like the only place that's gonna, like, early game that'll burn through the life gem supply is this and No Man's Wharf. Because there's a lot of guys in No Man's Wharf. I'm coming back later. Yeah, I mean, the first time I played, played through this game all the way through, I just missed the boss that's past the dragon completely. I had to come back to him, like, way, way high level, to the point where I could have basically done anything and won. Okay, I don't know. Needed the girl to turn the area. Oh, yeah. Ouch. Ow. He's got so much range. Okay. Break a gem and waste time. Dang it, he also knows how to swing. Get out of here. Ow. Oh, that. Wait. Okay. Hide Knight with the lance is gonna be a struggle. Wait, actually, no. I have the technology. I know what to do. I just get the dragon to kill him. Like, I don't need to fight him, cause that's hard. I can honestly probably get the dragon to kill, like, a lot of them. The only good news is the souls are not that too deep in, so I'm not too scared about losing them unless I do something, like, really dumb. Yeah. Got him. Alright. The only thing that makes me regret not making this a strength playthrough is there's so many enemies who are weak to strike, and there's no good strike dex weapons. At least that I know of. Finish him off before I can swing again. I think I'm using Dex at the moment. Yeah. Dex is my favorite playstyle in, like, every Souls game, but I do like a good greatsword. A good greatsword is kind of a silly way to say that, but alright. Come, goobers. Get him. Did you get him? Not really. Well, this is worse now. This is infinitely worse, actually. Don't take as much damage from that as I do. Alright, let me stay down here where the fire can't hurt me. Oh god. They're still... Great. Ow. Yep, Hide Knight with Lance is my least favorite character now. Okay. Help me, mighty beast. What is that? Alright, now this is just kind of an untenable situation. Yeah, okay, nope, that wasn't gonna ever work. If I try really hard, the dragon will kill them. If I want it hard enough. Please help me. Ow. Yeah, but hit them too. Ow. Okay, I get it. That is way more to me than them. I'm gonna die. Alright, so yeah. I thought they would actually take a lot of damage from the fire. That is not the case, so we're just gonna have to do it very slowly. Very patiently. Because I want to fight Ornstein. So I can get to that one guy. Oh. Cracked the eye orb. Oh. Alright. Like this area pissed me off. Yeah. I believe it. It is neat. Good for the final hit. You guys can drop their weapons, they're just very, very heavy. Be able to finish this guy just by unloading stamina. Alright. Alright, the one really useful ring is over there. I should probably grab that too. Well, I'm thinking about it. There we go. Alright, sip. Orb. Or the firebomb, because they're not... Alright. Played Sekiro? I have. I've not beaten Sekiro, not because it's... Like, not because I, like, fought something that was too hard. I keep getting lost and just not knowing where to go. I get to the screen door monkeys, I meet the one little girl who gives you the rice, and then I just don't know where I'm going anymore. So you're just not a fan of it? I like it well enough, it's just... Yeah, the main things that I don't like is, like, I like the RPG elements. I like having multiple weapon options. Sacrificing those just kind of make it less interesting to want to play. Yeah, it's definitely wouldn't be mine. Because, again, a big thing that I like about the Souls genre is that, like, on this run, I will mess around with, like, a dex build or whatever, but there's no equivalent to that. Like, I guess you could use a shinobi tool you didn't really try the first time, or like you could upgrade a shinobi, like any shinobi tool that you were ignoring, but that's a bit different than just like having like an actual completely different build. gem up. I know the solution. I'm gonna be a coward. I need to get closer so I don't have super high damage fall off. There we go. Just don't fight him. Like an honest gentleman, just be a dickhead about it. Try and get my game time of all Souls games, just wish I played them when they first released. It's hard to get someone on DS2 and 3. Yeah, I wanted to do a Faith build on like my last personal run of DS3. But to get an actually good, like, offensive miracle, you need to be, like, you need to get points in the Sunlight Covenant. And that was not happening. What are you doing up there? It's gonna be an arduous process. Unless he does that fly up in the air move, in which case I can actually close the gap on him. Okay. Fire Sword probably not the best for this, but it might be doing more than an upgraded rapier, I'm not certain. Ow. Oh, that's what he was gonna do. I thought he was gonna do the fireball thing before, but... Oh, and the other thing is, like, not getting summoned and, like, trying to farm for, like, droppable things takes forever in a day. I know, like, it's a little whack that you don't get the, like, there's no real reason to do the PvP in Elden Ring, but at least you don't have any, like, again, don't need to get, like, 15 tongues or whatever in any other one. And Dragon wasn't so bad. Oh, this one wasn't. Human effigy. It's gonna be nice because Targray won't talk to me if I look like this. I'm gonna continue to go under the assumption that because the next guy's wearing armor... Actually, let me say something. I don't have enough dex for that. Probably still mostly weak to thing. It is weird that you can't see the scaling unless you have it side by side like that. And allegedly this S-Stock will do more. 1067, I fight in the Coliseum and there's nothing else to do. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Alright. He's hustling. Hide behind a pillar real fast. Okay. Okay, I'm not doing this particularly well. Need to regroup. The level 1 and 7 playthroughs. I've done a lot of playthroughs. I've not done any like fancy one yet. Cause I think I've just done a playthrough where I've done like just about every like standard build, like, you know, your typical, here's the dex build, here's the strength build, strength and dex, and faith, arcane. I do 2 int builds because one of my buddies who's a big int build guy, like he always does int for Souls games. He's like, the way you play as sorcerer pisses me off. And I was like, why? It's like, because you're not casting magic. Did 8 playthroughs on Bloodborne. I need to go back to Bloodborne. That's another one where it's like, I just kept getting lost. I'm not really locked in where I need to go there yet. Alright. Not doing terrible damage to him. We're not doing great damage either. Oh, this might be a mistake. No, it's fine. Bloodborne is a lot, but when you find it, well, it's hard to forget it. That's fair. Yeah, because I barely get past the opening of that, just because I'm like, I don't know where, like, any direction I'm supposed to be walking. Oh, that's gonna hurt, probably. Still alive. Whatever, smash the attack button, it's nearly done. Alright, I used way more life chips than I wanted to, but still fine. I think the old Leo ring would be solid if we're gonna use the thing. Yeah, strength thrust attacks. Probably pretty good. And now we gotta use a thing, because otherwise Targray won't talk to me.
Transient being. This is no be gone.
What? Thought he would talk to me if I was human. This piece is my favorite. 24 playthroughs, 3 full playthroughs of Overture. I just did the one. I do need to go. That is the thing. I do need to go back to it because I did my one blind playthrough and I was like, that was pretty good. And then just didn't think about it again. Honestly, there's just so many games out there. It is hard to devote all the time to like all of them that I want. Right.
Transient, you would never make a knight of the be gone.
Alright, time to Google why won't Targray love me? Ah, must have a token of fidelity. Where do I get a token of fidelity? Ah. Dropping down from the bridge that leads to the undead purgatory. Okay. Well, in that case... It'll be a while yet before I keep it on light speed when there's nothing to do. That's fair. I'm luckily since starting the whole streaming gig, it does give me an excuse to play a lot of like single player things. 'Cause it's like, well, I don't want to just keep doing the same thing forever. I'm not good enough at like any particular game to be like the super impressive like Souls-like guy. It's like I just kind of like them. Wait, why are you... Oh, right, I rested at the bonfire. That makes sense. Single player, but I have my moments. I tend to really like single player games. I was going through like a phase there where I just kept playing like competitive stuff with my friends. And it's like, I need to, you know, mix it up. Alright. To the club, I'm sure. It's like playing MOBAs and whatever with my friends, and it's like, you know, I could be playing a game that actually like has an end. Yeah. There are competitive games that I like, but that I just struggle to want to like stream. Like I don't really want to play. Like I played a little bit of Deadlock on stream, but I'm not super eager to do it. I think the only way is if I had like buddies online that would want to also be like vocal, because I think that's funnier than just me mauling. It was Dragon Rider. He sure was a boss fight. In a list of boss fights, he would definitely be one of them. Alright.
Are you from these parts?
Oh, a funny lady.
My name is Lycia. I have come to spread the art of miracle. I can see that you are well suited, but the cost of it.
Alright, well, we're gonna get this very basic chime because it's pretty cheap. That's a very expensive ring. Thank you. Okay, she sells a lightning spear. Streamed for a while, streamed the whole Silent Hill 2 and Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Like the new Silent Hill 2 or the old one? I'm just curious. I don't have like a super strong opinion on it, but yeah, we can actually get a decent amount of miracles. The only problem is like 3 uses of lightning bolt is a little mediocre. A little very mediocre. Stand around and stuff, taking smoke breaks. That's fair. Yeah, I'm trying to like get more into streaming and like be successful with it, just because it seems like a decent time. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna buy everything that I can off of her right now.
May the power of offer your soul.
No, she's a big, even though she's a big bullshit artist, she still just sells good stuff. Like an Instagram page. Yeah, whatever. Whatever works. Ouch. You just capture what wants to play. Yeah, I figured this kind of the vibe. Oh, Old Knight Halberd's like super heavy, right? Oh yeah, 15 weight unit. I don't really use halberds. I don't like them. They are... Oh, wow, that's a one shot? That's crazy. halberds in general just kind of feel like I understand why people like them, but they kind of feel like the worst of both worlds for me. Club I'll definitely use. Yeah, club is reasonable. But yeah, I think this halberd, like the halberd in this game with like this chop move, is probably better than the ones that do like the pokey one. I hate this heavy attack though. The two-handed halberd heavy attack is garbage, and probably like the main reason I don't mess with them. And the halberds just always just felt like too slow to justify. It's like, again, I like Dex, but like thrusting swords, for instance, have never really been my favorite, except for the S-Stock because it has a sweeping heavy. Like, I don't like weapon movesets that are just like really locked in to like, for example, these just have like the narrow hitbox stab. It's like, I kind of want a weapon that can do, like, hit a few different angles just in case. And halberds hit like angles, but they're like big and really slow about it. So I kind of wanted to do like what a halberd did, but better. Well, I ain't better, but just like more acceptable. I'd use like the partisan, or like any of the spears that have the stabbing light attack and the sweeping heavy. I don't know what's behind that guy if I use my fragrant branch on him, but I don't remember where we get more fragrant branches immediately. Dueling daggers on Elden Ring, but use dagger or greatsword. Trying to think. Elden Ring, I think I reverted to my most boring state, because I think straight swords were my favorite for. Oh, that was the thing, like when I was doing my first Ant run, like the thing that was bugging my buddy who likes Ant was that I was constantly just dual wielding magic straight swords instead of actually casting spells. So then I did another sorcery run. It's like, alright, for you, I will actually cast magic. I promise. And I did like that run because I ended up really enjoying the that one spell that the prisoner starts with, where they summon the sigil and then the sword flies out of it later. That spell was really good. I like the other, like the great sword and Carian great sword, Carian piercer. I ended up liking a lot of those spells a lot. And for like the first run on stream, because I'm sure I'll do these games more later, just I want to have a lot of breaks between them. Like that's why I landed on Faith for this game, because like I want to do Ent in Elden Ring. Ow. If I recall correctly, the Varangian armor is actually like pretty good for its weight and looks nice. Yes. Oh. In general, like, I'm not... Usually we have dodging interface, I just play at a faster pace. Yeah, in general, I prefer to just do melee stuff. Like, I feel like spells are kind of, like, not second nature. And, I mean, the way I see it, it's like, there are certain enemies that certain playstyles are just better or worse for. It's like, you know, it's gonna be a Dex playthrough, but I'm certainly not above using the club whenever the club is a good idea. And once I get enough strength to one-hand the S-Stock, that'll probably be enough strength for like the whole thing. Love got me through God and Godric and Renala. That's fair. Oh yeah, I will mention that was the one goofy run that I've done in Elden Ring. Is I did a Soldier of Godric run where I only used the soldier weapons and the soldier armor. Not specifically just Godric's, just because if I wanted to look at a different color, I'd do like Radahn's soldier's armor, but still just limited to the Lord Sword, Straight Sword, Lord Sword, Great Sword, Soldier Crossbow, and War Pick. And I learned something doing this run. If you're using just Soldier of Godric stuff, or just like the soldier stuff, you can't do strike damage unless you grab the shield and start beating people with it.
What is it?
Which
Things are better than.
Wasn't my favorite way of dealing with problems.
I'm called Lucatiel. They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls. And so I came to claim my share. But what a strange place. Even the rumors did not prepare me. You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of...
A lot of people really like Lucatiel. I think she's just aight.
Well, you've made a point of engaging me. I can see that you are...
And I'll say her armor is really good.
I will help you. I come from Mira, a land of knights. Don't hesitate to call upon me.
And summon her for the boss fight. And briefly go over her side quest. You encounter her at 3 different points, just kind of depending on if you summon her for fights or not. She'll either end on a dour or more hopeful note, and she'll give you some stuff if you've gotten her good graces by summoning her for 3 boss fights. Unfortunately, in like every boss fight that she's summonable, except for this one, she's a pretty bad idea to use. Against the Flexile Sentry, she's pretty okay, but against the Smelter Demon, awful. And I can't imagine many AI would be like good against the Smelter Demon, but that's just kind of a consequence of how that fight's pretty weird. I need it to equip a weapon. I can... Alright. I need to equip a weapon I can use in one hand, because I'm going to need to whip out the torch here. Maybe not. And I think I can get away with not doing it, though. If I can one-hand the falchion, that should be good enough. Actually, come to think of it, I'll probably just use one of my Ferrous Lockstones to light up the place so I don't have to bother with it myself. Alright, there's a lot of guys here we're gonna need to... I'm gonna regroup on this one. Herb swords are a weapon type I'm kind of iffy on just because their heavy attacks are always kind of odd. They don't have fantastic heavies, but I guess it's not really the point of curved swords. If you're using them, you're just here to mash light attack and go on an adventure just sliding forward slowly. But they have the really sick crit animation in this game. This is probably... Oh, can you get out of the way? It's probably my favorite looking one of the various backstabs that you can do. Again, DS2 did some cool things, and one of them is like having a much more extensive set of animations for critting and whatever that look pretty neat. Bandit stuff and a lot of strength. Oh. Probably can't fight this guy where the walls are. There we go. Repair powder and a Titanite shard. I have never once used repair powder. And take a step back so you can life gem up. Run over there. Probably won't fight any of the... whatever the long arm guys are called. I'll use a cool trick to skip part of the dungeon that I learned from internet. And it falls under one of those just kind of cool things that they did in this game. The whole purpose of running around here is to go ring that bell, so if you just shoot it, you don't have to ring it like the traditional way. Because that'll bring the ship into port. I'm sure there's like a much better angle you can shoot it from, because like at this point we're almost there anyways, but... Right. I want to use more life gems. Didn't know you could do that. Yeah, it's very odd. Now there's a... oh, is it? Again, I work a very boring job, so I listen to a lot of YouTube videos in my free time. Listen to / watch, just kind of depending on what the situation is. But a channel called The Limit Breakers has a video that's like titled like things you can only do in DS2, and they include like just a lot of the wackier fun fact stuff like that. Yay! Oh, I got his pants with the stupid feet. Oh, there's another one? I thought there was only one. I'm running back to the bonfire. It's scary out here. Also, I gotta kick this down. No. It's fine though, I'm sure. But anyway, as long as we can pick up the stuff, it's not that big of a deal. Now that we have the ring, whatever that ring is called, the max health loss isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, Ring of Binding. Yeah, I could barely tell how much health we lost from dying. Okay. Okay. Other things, the Varangian soldiers, I'm gonna have to heal and then do this area like slower so I'm not just getting jumped. The Varangian soldiers, the Viking looking guys, other thing I did on the first playthrough of this game that I actually beat, instead of just like picking it up and putting it down, like when I first played it ages ago, like back in high school. Their sword was pretty crucial to that run. This feels like there's a secret here, but I'm not comprehend. Anyways. This guy's the sorcery teacher.
I see light. I am Carillion, and I've no interest in the magic imperium.
But I'm too stupid for him to talk to. So, he's just gonna stay there forever, because I'm not raising int just to get him to move. And despite me knowing the neat trick with the bell, there is one thing I don't know here. And that is, you can find Gavlan here. But I don't know how to actually get to where Gavlan's at. Like, I know where he is, roughly. You can see him through a door, just kind of dicking about. But I don't know how you go around it to unlock it. Going to return to Majula to get some levels and some stuff, and to probably just, I need to boost a weapon at some point. I think the falchion might be it. I can also get my strength up enough to use the Estoc one-handed. I think I need 12. Okay, if I raise it like that, it's probably enough for most things. Yeah, the falchion is pretty good, but it's also kind of I mean, I'm having doubts about using it just because I did a Hexer playthrough, and I used a falchion in that one. I wonder if the hammer is, I mean, the mace is better than the hammer. I'm gonna buy it just to check it. Alright. Reinforce this falchion. Let's get the +3. If nothing else, it'll be a really good early game weapon. Also, I'm going to try and get enough stuff to upgrade the Estoc somewhat, because I feel like a jackass for getting the stats to one-hand the Estoc and then not upgrading it at all, kind of defeating the purpose of upgrading if I'm not going to use it. There we go. I'm curious if the mace skill's harder than the club. It's got slightly higher base damage, but the scaling slightly worse. And in two hands. The same two-handed. So the base is very slightly better. Other things that I'm thinking about that I'm forgetting. I forget how you get the ring that just makes your melee attacks, like your unarmed attacks, do a shit ton of damage. But if you do use that ring, like you can actually go a good chunk of the early game without ever using a weapon. It can save you the upgrade materials until you find something you actually want to use. A somewhat rare skeleton. Estus Flash Shard. Yep, forgot to get that earlier. Soul Vessel, which, if I recall correctly, that's a thing that you... Oh, right, yeah. The Soul Vessel is how you respec in this game, which is pretty handy if you ever just decide that whatever you're doing on a run is garbage. Hoping that the upgraded Falchion is gonna do big work. Yep. Go. How much do we need to level up from her right now anyways? How much is it increased? Oh, it's actually like right next to another... stop. Right next to another level if we just use the large soul. Huh? We're gonna have to just increase the... I think once... Ooh, but our faith is still bad. Okay, we can get one cast. That's a good start. It does occur to me that a lot of the early game is just going to be like the dex part of the run and not the faith dex part of the run, but oh well. I still need to account for raising my health and my adaptability and all the boring stats. This time trying to explore a bit more of the buildings and whatnot. Not quite enough to one-shot a dog, unfortunately. Oh, finally, the infantry axe. It's not a good axe, but I was surprised we hadn't gotten one yet. Axes in general have just kind of always been in a weird weird spot in the Souls series where they're fine, but not particularly special. And it's like swing one. It's like, how often do you stream? Decently often. I don't have a set schedule. It's just kind of whenever I feel like it. Tuesday and Wednesdays are the days I do it the most, though, just because that's my weekend. Right now, I'm going to be bouncing between I'm going to be bouncing between this and Hades 2 for the next while. Oh no, that was almost tragic. Because like while Hades 2 has like a narrative and like progression, it's still a roguelike, which I feel like can be a little repetitious to just watch like same areas, same bosses, same whatever repeatedly. So I'm breaking it up with Dark Souls 2. And whichever one I beat first, then I'll start playing an actual Halloween game. You know, 'tis the season. Probably gonna be Dead Space. Probably. If I think of something else, though, I might not. I don't know, I'm sitting on all the Resident Evils and Dead Space 1 and thinking about it. Because I do like both of them. I'm not like, what was it? Not really into scary games, but I can tolerate them as long as they give me the ability to fight. Because then there's like something to actually like look forward to from a gameplay sense. You know, I mean, beef with like anyone who likes like Outlast or whatever, but if the only thing I can do is run and hide, I feel like that's a little less interesting. Yay, we have enough stamina to one cycle them. That's huge. And they nearly inflict blood loss with one swipe. Oh, wait, I lived. I didn't. You know, they're bothersome to look. You know, I'm actually looking at their mouth. That's odd. I've never gotten like never peeked up on them. Anything with really long arms is kind of bothersome. Like the way their joints work. Very, very uncomfy to look at. Oh. That's a bit of a downside of like the constant forward momentum of the light attack thing. Oh, well, it wasn't that many souls, so I'm not too down and out about it, but dang, that was silly. I was gonna say something. There's one thing I really appreciate in Elden Ring, even though I do not trust the feature at all. Where if you're on an edge, you can walk off in Elden Ring and you're just spamming light attacks, the momentum won't carry you off. Despite that knowledge, though, I just kind of don't do it out of principle, because it's very scary. What if the game doesn't, like, account for this exact angle, and then I just get sent hurtling off? Or something of that sort. Okay, we can deal with the one hand as long as it ends with a strong. I don't know what these things are called, and it's kind of hard to know in Dark Souls what a enemy's specific name is, unless you have like the guide book, because it's not like anything in game tells you, unless they drop their armor, in which case you can, after picking up. Sorry, Gablet. I found him though.
Who are you? I, Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants soul. Many soul. What you want. With Gavlan, you will, you deal.
Alright. Bring giants and some poison arrows. This stuff is decent. I will probably sell him some of the garbage I'm not going to use. Cool cracked blue eye orbs, which actually sell for a decent amount. Don't use any Lloyd talismans either. Alright. Oh, and I got multiples of armor to sell. I only need so many identical pieces of armor. There we go. Buy that ring off of him, and then I wanted some of that, actually. I'll buy a moss column. All of his stuff is expensive, though. I mean, for simple consumables. Ow. Alright. So I love when enemies get all low frame rate when they're like, there's just too much shit going on or they're too far away, like those dogs over there. And the area in Sekiro with all the monkeys gets like really bad about that. Gotta fight him carefully. Looks like it's taking a hit from him. It's gonna do way less damage than actually like getting poisoned. Fragrant Branch of Yore, good to have. Hear a sparkling noise. Now I know why. Titanite Shards, Fading Soul. Don't give up, Skeleton. Life Gems. Another treasure chest. I don't actually remember this place. Royal Soldier Ring. Doesn't that slow degradation or something? Increases maximum load. Okay. Time to use some ingenuity. Don't want to get poisoned. Throwing knife, flame butterfly. Alright. There's only one place that I can think of that might have something in it, and it's past all the long arm guys, so I guess I gotta go there. Let's see, this has been going on for nearly 3 hours. I think I might cut it at 4? I don't know, I could go longer, so I don't really have anything to do today. I just don't know when I'm gonna. Don't know when I want to call it. It's not like there's a stopping point I'm aiming to get at for it before a certain time. I should whip out the S-Stock, actually. I think the range might be useful here. It still does a lot. And it one-shots the dog still. All's well there. Alright. There we go. Alright. Don't know how much the old, these guys can take. I thought heavy, just using heavies works. Not really. Whoa. Why are you in the scary, scary light and still fighting? Please start freaking out about the fact that you are in the scary light that you do not like. I would really have... Damn it. Yeah, the S-Stock's probably not the best solution for that. I probably should use S-Stock on like all the pirates and then hit them with the falchion, because I don't remember what's in that house, and it could be something good, potentially. At some point off stream, I'm just gonna have to like rock the Fextra Life wiki, or just any wiki, and stare at what Faith weapons potentially be interested in using. Again, Faith or Dex. Where they're listening, just fighting stuff as well. Oh, that's fine. You know, don't worry about it. Ow, fuck. That was stupid. What was it? I just hold the falchion to it. It's not that big of a downside to my weight. Well, I was saying, I do need to peer through the weapons that are actually good for Dex. I know that there's a few that I've never tried. Like, I like Twin Blades in Elden Ring. I think they did a good job with them. But if I recall correctly, in this game, they're a little janky. A scimitar, I don't believe is notably better than a falchion in like any way. Another scimitar. Or yeah, at some point I also need to see what the power stance moveset on curved swords is like. Poke. Alright, there we go. Okay, long arm enemy this time with the falchion. Probably better. Better plan. Or I can miss completely. Heal up and then back off. Frank. Oh no. There we go. Scattered cloth manchets. Oh, the pyromancer gear? That's a... Ah, shit. There's even more of them. I don't want to fight even more of them. Alright, they can't fit through that door. They can break the wall. I get poisoned, nerd. Alright, and Silver Talisman. Forget what that even does. Silver Talisman is... I have no idea. Ring. Not. Wait, there it is. Transfer and blend into environment. Ah, it's like the branch. Okay. Well, that's this area largely done. Now we just have to beat the mistranslated boss name. I think of a anecdote. I guess I'll just like mention it. The boss of this area, the Flexile Sentry. So I just always looked at Flexile, like that word, and just accepted that it was real. Like I thought it was just kind of like an antiquated way of saying flexible. It isn't. It is a mistranslation of exile, It's just supposed to be a sentry that watches exiles, not a flexible sentry like I thought. Which, you know, whatever. Oh, oops. Flexile Sentry is somewhat notable in that it's like when we gain the ability to transfuse boss souls into weapons, he can actually be made into like 3 weapons, I believe. Curved sword, a great curved sword, and a club. You're just gonna run to the bottom of the ship to start the fight before I worry about anything else that's on the boat. Alright, the Flexile Sentry is also just kind of whatever as a boss. Kind of neat design. Weird conjoined twin with like lizard skin. Main thing is the boss isn't that, oh, what I say is it hits me a lot. The boss isn't that threatening with his moveset. The main thing that it will is a bother while you're fighting it is the water level will constantly raise. And while he's tolerably easy enough to avoid while the water level is low, once it raises to a certain point, you're just going to be slowly trudging, and that makes him much harder to avoid. And if the water level raises even more, you drown, and you die. Ah, dang, he hit me with a stab. I think it's the first time I've died to the Flexile Sentry in a while. Again, he's really not a particularly tough enemy. I mean, I think Dark Souls 2 probably wins the award of like bosses that feel the most like just kind of big enemies. So maybe I should try to use the Falchion. It is more upgraded. And just there's also a rare boss where you can kind of just ignore all the enemies and run straight to it because there's not enough. There's not one that's close enough to the actual door to stop you from going in it. I do think that after you get out of the fight, you might get jumped by everything, though. Also, for some reason, the souls are dropped off here. Yep, that kind of set a weird time during our roll. I'm not a fan of that, but I take a swig. He does have a lot of moves, I'll grant him that. And he does have like a lot of angles of attack because of, you know, being two-sided and all that. Generally, I think sticking to the hammer side is the best because, it's slower. Yeah, see, not that bad. Yeah, every other language translates the Flexile Sentry more accurate to just, like, Prisoner Sentry. Or, like, the Exile Warden, or stuff like that. All the enemies that... Oh, I didn't one-shot him? Anyways. All the enemies from outside are trying to pile in here. a spell. What does that one even do? Oh, there we go. Release a static fireball that explodes when foes draws near. Okay. Now we can bumble about and see. There's something on the boat. It might be on the other end. Iron arrow. Not terrible, not amazing. Right here it is. This is the chest I was thinking about. I believe it has a pyromancy flame in it. Yep, pyromancy flame and a pyromancy. And this filters us to the place that we could also reach from the Forest of Giants if we so wished. The Lost Bastille. When's the name gonna pop up? Varangian helm was not worth the time I wasted jumping out of the elevator to go grab it. That being said, when we find a bonfire, I should go back to Drangleic and... not Drangleic, Majula, and get more stuff. Alright, this area is one of my least favorite things in it. Oh right, and the great sword in that chest was just the great sword, the big ass gut sword that everyone loves. There we go, the Lost Bastille. Common fruit. There's the bonfire. Alright. Alright. Oh yeah, we actually have a decent chunk of levels we can grab. Okay. Let's get Dex to 20, and we can start raising our faith to eventually be workable. Another place we could go with that fragrant branch of yore. Don't. Kind of might as well, just to show that area and potentially get anything that might be. I never quite remember which way you go to get there, though. One of these two split paths. There we go, we got Ben Hart of Jugo, a pretty simple character, but a well-liked one.
You business with me? The way yonder is all blocked up, you see, by this god-awful statue. Heavens above. Who thought it a good idea to put it there? Oof, I'm in quite the pickle now. See that statue? Gives me the... it just doesn't seem quite right. There are no craftsmen round these parts. Hey, you don't think a real-life person was turned to stone, do you?
Oh, right, we do seem to be a little low on duplicate items. Oh well. Isn't a big deal? It can't kill that many goblins, but I do recommend killing as many of them as you see. Also, yeah, these are just... This is a goblin TM. A longsword, fire longsword. Oh. Alright. Use one of our lingering branches, because you eventually have to do this. And then, after freeing her, any second now. Oh, you pull on it again. It lets out all the goblins from the upstairs that we didn't see and couldn't fight. But it could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. And a basilisk. Yeah.
Thank you. I've been petrified. Hard to
You speeded along, lady.
No. My name is Rosabelle. Thank you so much for rescuing me. Oh, I still haven't thanked you. Well, I'm so bad. I was attacked and I owe...
Oh, Prism Stone. Yeah, she'd give you a Pyromancy Flame if you didn't have one.
But do you have any... I'll take it. Anything at all. Just...
Okay, give her wool spiked helmet, some basic infantry gear, and gloves. And, you know, there's an item that constantly emits like a little bit of poison, and you can give it to her and she'll just die, which I think is kind of funny that they just let you do that, but whatever. Alright.
I have my very own teacher. His name is Carillion of the Fold, a famed sorcerer in Melfia. I was fascinated by sorcery. And so, well, he's so unique, you see? When he set out for Drang Lake, I couldn't let him go alone, but we were separated. Quite early on, Thank you. After I changed... I'm not, but perhaps Majula is...
Yeah, so she's looking for Corellian. Corellian won't talk to you unless you're intelligent, so on this run, she's just never gonna find his ass. I'm not raising it for that. I'm a proud dumbass. Life Gym. There we go. And last one. It's like Gavlan, but evil. Shit. Yeah. He'll come down to us. I make it simpler. There we go. But as soon as you get a Fragrant Branch of Yore, you can come this way. The Goblin Gank might be a little difficult if you're not particularly equipped for it, but afterwards, the lovely sights and sounds of the shaded woods. Kinda sucks here. Or goblins. Go figure. Oh, those rocks hurt. And Ferris Lockstone. Good. There we go. What's the one-handed heavy string? It's very similar to the two-handed. Another Castus. Now we have two of those. I feel like the Castus was a weapon that was always really promising, but never came into its own until Elden Ring, just because up until then, it just... the moveset lacks sauce, even though the damage was always solid. The numbers were good, the speed was pretty good, but just it's very small hitboxes. Because, you know, instead of using a sword, which is an extension of your arm's reach, it's punching. Alright, that was a bit of an interesting parry he hit. Alright, that was a very bad fight with a Falconer. Falconers have a really funny walk. That's the most notable thing about them, I think. To put the stock in the off-tan. Now we're cooking. Sort of. Right, world's longest ferry. The Falconers have a unique attack that they can only do on New Game Plus 2, which you can do before going into New Game Plus just by using bonfire aesthetics to, like, raise the New Game Plus range of an area. But they will actually have a Falcon on New Game Plus 2, and it's very jank. It looks pretty unfinished, and I assume that's why they kinda hid it away. Alongside with the Falconer's very funny looking walks. They're not that silly on the face of it, but their falcon-shaped shield is also kind of silly to me, personally. Alright, the ghosts. Ghost is an interesting enemy. I do actually like how they look like a player phantom, so if you're playing on multiplayer, you're probably going to just think that it is one, but nope, it's a guy. An in fact hostile enemy. Kind of rough to fight though, because you can't lock onto them, and they use the player moveset, which means they're kind of slippery. Defeat them by using a weapon that has a wide swing arc. Also, yeah, despite being a relatively lightly armored guy, surprised they don't flinch all the time when hit with a heavy from the S-stock. Yeah, anything that has a sweeping move is probably your best bet. Also, I think nope. Hang on. Having one of those moments where my super sick rolly chair caught my headphones. That's fun. Alright. Dragon Slayer's Crescent Axe and the Falchion. Dragon Slayer's Crescent Axe, I believe, is a interesting ant weapon. No, it's a faith weapon. Who's it? My faith is still like 2. Yeah, it's not going to do that much lightning damage. And it's kind of a whatever moveset on it. Shrine of Winter. This is Seek Mightier Souls. Shrine of Winter is where you get plot progression. Now, again, this is a very weird little trick to this game, and I don't think it's... It might actually work to, like, progress. For some fucking reason, you can either get the 4 Lord Souls by fighting the 4 bosses they intend, or you can go to that door with just a shit ton of souls and it'll open. It's a ridiculous number that I don't think you're like ever really gonna do. Like, that's not more convenient than actually progressing the game. But it's neat that that's an option, I guess. It's more of a... But it's very odd. Kobold's running away to the arms of an ogre. forget which damage type is best for the ogre. It might be Pierce. I would believe it if it was Pierce. There's basically no point in which you fight one of these things though where it's like quick and easy to take down. They just have a lot of health. There you go. They aren't particularly fast though, so if you just want to circumvent them by running, that's also possible. Black Knight Great Axe. Okay. Are they still like as fucked up in this game? What the hell are those requirements? I mean, good lord, the base damage is really high though. Granted, it's probably a Twinkling Titanite weapon, so it can't be upgraded that high, but fuck. 40 strength, so how much would you need to two-hand? I think 26? No, you'd need 27 strength to two-hand that. Unless it rounds up, and then you can do 26, but I don't... Wait, no, there's no rounding there. You just need 27. Here, you produce Symbol of the King, which... I kind of forget where you get the Symbol of the King from. Please turn around. I'm trying to do the shield piercing move there. Really struggling to get that to come out. This is one of those moments where I'd probably be doing a lot more if I just equipped the fucking club. Ian's helm. Ian's helm is probably heavy as hell. It's pretty heavy. Wow, there's a lot of text on this. Replica of the helmet granted by the Royal Knight Cien. Sully corrupted helm offers high defense. Sir Cien was widely known as the kingdom's most leal knight, and when the giants invaded, he volunteered to lead the advanced party, but was slaughtered most dishonorably. Commissioned replica Cien's accoutrement and bestowed them their promising knights, but did not long after they donned the armor did they go thoroughly mad. Armor's fault, or what? I will say, while I'm more familiar with a lot of the lore for DS1 and 3, DS2 lore, not really familiar with too many of the background characters. Like, the broad strokes of what it all means in that, familiar. The rest, eh. Also, this area sucks because you get jumped by ghosts all damn day. But you hit a tree, it busts, and then the ghost will go to the tree instead of beating you up. Just every time you see a tree with a face, make sure to slap it. Ouch. I was gonna say, a ghost definitely sees me. Old sun ring, don't know what that does. Where is it? There's a tree when you need one. Wait, a chest. Parenthy Ring Plus, that's really solid. Oh damn, I couldn't see the ghost, but he can see me. I was close to a tree though. Clearing the ring probably replaced the stone ring, honestly. First we have to deal with this goofy little looking green effect on us, but improved stamina regen is a very useful thing. Also, this guy.
Leave me be. Oh, like, what business have you here? You may call me Vengal, if I deserve a name in this sorry state. 'Tis rare to flap these gums. This is pleasant. Long ago, I was hired to defend the kingdom. I remember a long, brutal fight, and then somebody killed me. So I thought, a game two, and found myself like this. I don't know what explains it, but it's not so bad, really. Now I watch the days go by, and gaze at the night sky, thinking of the finer things. Far removed from war, I'd grown weary of battle, but did not realize it until now. I know not what brings you on it. You may bear a great but I want to warn you of something. My body, I see visions. My body, headless, raging without me. My body, wielding my sword, a sword forged only to kill. My body will show no mercy. If you see the wretched thing, stay far away. I learn new, and thanks to you, I've recalled the joy of conversation. If I can help you.
So it's a great sword and a claymore. But you know what? He sells things. That's a magic barrier.
Farewell.
Alright. Evangarl's kind of cool. Very simple character, but I think an effective one. Just there's something about the ideal of a contemplative warrior that sparks the imagination for many. It just makes people think they're really cool. Alright, there we go. Only there was a dex-based greatsword that I could use. I know there are, like, they get more better. They become a little looser when it comes to the ability to use, like, weapons that don't typically scale with a particular stat in DS3, just because you gain access to sharp and heavy infusions. So even if something isn't particularly suited to dex, you know, you can give it a sharp infusion and it'll be good enough. And there's even some weapons that, like, I remember watching some guy talk about different weapons in Elden Ring, and he'd talk about, like, talk about every great sword, and here's why you'd use each one. And then sometimes it's like, yeah, this is the best one to use if you are using Dex. Like, this is the great sword that scales the best with Dex. The great sword that scales the best with Strength, if you want to make them heavy and sharp. And, like, they're still good weapons. Maybe this isn't a mimic. Magic bolt. Magic missile. Alright, I'm not gonna call it fully here, but now that we're in the Shaded Woods, I am going to take a brief moment to go eat. So I am going to just to eat and stretch my legs a bit, so I'm going to throw up the old BRB, and I will be back. I don't have a proper BRB yet, so we're going with a BRB.jpg that I found off internet, but I was supposed to make a real BRB today, but I didn't want to. Let me just stretch this bad boy right there. Yeah, now it's art. Alright, here. Shouldn't take me too long.